All right, hello. We started a bit late because there was stuff going on. Um, I have a guest with me today. So, this is kind of a dry run for when we do Super Wars 30, which we'll need to do a lot more setup on because at the moment, uh, it's kind of a mess. Um, the joke here is that I've been a Digimon fan for ages and still am, and Katie dropped out at about Frontier, so they have no idea what the fuck is going on. Sorry, I missed half of Chambers because it started being aired at like 6 in the morning. Yes, please let me turn the game audio down. Amazingly, for a game that has the same composer as Danganronpa, the music in this game is like not good. A lot of it's not bad. Oh yeah. One of my friends, when we were going over this, she was like, "Holy crap! Why are all the girls in this game so hot?" Actually, I think do I still have the official art? Oh, because I muted the desktop like an idiot while
Oh,
I was
pro
working on
strats.
something else. So do you want to do your intro again?
Yeah. I'm Katsura Tsuruya. I stream irregularly. I was really going at it for a while, but lately I've been kind of busy getting back to other unrelated work. I stream primarily robot stuff. I will also probably be doing Happy Danganronpa S when that comes out in December.
Okay, see this? This is official art.
That's incredibly horny.
The guy who did the designs for this is Suzuhiro Yasuda, so Anti-Gravity Tits Yasuda, who did the design work for what is it, Devil Survival? And then the monster designs were done by Great, who did Tenjo Tango. So the art is like entirely horny.
Keep changing how I'm sitting, and it's really causing me to have some booby malfunctions.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that your doll is like incredibly bongy. I also like how the admin here is named Blue Box after the old like hardware hacking method.
Okay, so now I'm audible,
But the game
but the
isn't.
game is still not.
I do have the game audio turned down a really long way because it's like absurdly loud in my ears, but I can... Oh. How's that? Okay.
Obviously, I'm getting a different audio feed from what all of you are, so while I can draw attention to your issues, I can't A/B test it myself.
Yeah, I need to like download like virtual audio cable or something and do an actual audio split, which I will do like between now and Super Wars 30. So at the moment, KT is watching the stream but muted, so that they can't hear themselves. Oh, and my fat head is in the way. Hold on. My fat head is
My
still
fat
in
head
the
is in the way is also how I would describe most of my relationships.
way. So you've seen Summer Wars, right? Because this is just like Summer Wars.
I actually have not.
Oh, it's really good. Basically, it's directed by the same director who did our war games, the Digimon movie with Diablo and the internet and the nukes. And he was basically like, okay, but what if this was a feature-length film? And that's Summer Wars.
Okay, cool.
And this draws really heavily on it.
最先端の電脳空間サービスを心ゆくまでお楽しみください。エデンは世界をつなぎ未来を紡ぐヒューマンネットワーク上白エンタープライズが運営しております。
I may be overselling how bad the music is, but you spend so much time in Kowloon, and Kowloon has by far the worst music in the game. So, it's really kind of annoying.
The UI is good. It reminds me a little of the UI in every Gundam Seed game.
Yeah, it's because that looks like the OS. In this, it's meant to look like a Digivice, since you can see this is like labeled the Digivice menu. It's actually, let me see if I can manipulate the camera a bit. The goggles that she's wearing is like a headband are her Digivice.
Okay.
Who do I have to talk to? It's not just talk to everyone, right? Ah, right.
Thank you, random stranger.
Oh, I didn't get the community area yet? Okay. I have a really hard time remembering what you're meant to do at the very start of the game. Ah, okay. Talk to those specific people, apparently. Okay, I'd forgotten the music in this area is actually really good. It's just you almost never come here.
Right.
Did that not take?
Do the dialogue choices actually matter?
Not normally. Okay, so
Kind of weird of
Kowloon,
them to give you them.
you get slightly different. While the overall plot doesn't change, you do get slightly different reactions to characters in the immediate now. So in a sense, it lets you have some influence over the protagonist's personality, but they are mostly a bimbo, regardless of sex.
I mean, that's goals, but
So Kowloon is actually kind of a story. The kana reads cool wrong. It's not meant to be Kowloon. But Digimon Story Dawn and Dusk, their official translations as Digimon World Dawn and Dusk, misread it as Kowloon, and so this game kept it as Kowloon because it was an intentional callback to that.
okay. That's a fairly common ersatz Kowloon thing. I know Saga Frontier uses the same thing.
Yeah, I think in this case it's not meant to be Kowloon specifically though, because of the naming schemes in Dawn and Dusk. They're often like kind of weird like that.
Mm.
Okay, you have the stream muted and we haven't even met this guy yet, but the impression that she does of him is like perfect.
I always enjoy that kind of stuff.
Let me turn it up a little bit more then.
ビビりすぎだっての。
なんだ新たじゃん。ただの新たじゃん。幽霊かと思った。
たくチキンのくせに生きがってこんなとこまでのこのこ来てんじゃねえよ。
When he here has really profound dumbass energy.
Oh yeah.
ああ、うっせうっせ。
Which, I mean, I'm
I'll
into
turn
that.
the
つーか
yeah. I'll turn the voice audio up once I get back to a menu, because I don't want to turn the whole game up any further, or it's going to destroy my ears.
適当によろしく。
自己紹介くらいちゃんとしなさいっての。もう分かっちゃってると思うけど、これがブルーボックスの中の人だよ。なんかイメージ違くない？あっちだといい感じに面倒見よくって頼れる兄貴っぽいじゃん。私もこっちで初めて会った時マジビビった。不愛想だし自己中だし目つき悪いし、ほらイケメンの無駄遣いっていうか。
アホは放置で頼むわ。で、オタクを待っている間にこの辺りを探ってみた。俺らを呼びつけたナビット君がいないかと思ってさ。
I'm actually using a
そのついで
fan-made
にな
patch that tries to fix a lot of the issues in
ど
the
っちも見つからなかった
game's
ぞ。
unpaid intern localization.
一っ子一人
So hopefully
いい
that will help.
やあやあ、お待たせ。ナビットくんだよ。集まってくれた良い子の君たちにプレゼントだよ。これは世界を変える力だよ。
何これ。
ハッキングだ。俺
It
たち全員
specifically says that it fixes the Bakemon thing, so hopefully that will take. Yeah, it's hilarious until it mixes up Shinjuku and Shibuya and you spend 3 hours looking in the wrong place.
デジモンキャプチャー。
最近ハッカーたちの間に出回っている
That's
ハッキング
dire.
ツールだ。
Yikes.
Yeah.
ねえ、デジモンってあのデジモン？
ああ、オタクが興味津々だったそのデジモンだろ。特定のデータ、デジタルモンスターをスキャンしてキャプチャーすると。お、やっぱデジモンってデジタルモンスターの略らしいぜ。
デジモンってハッカーが使うヤバいプログラムなんだよね。じゃあ私たちハッカーになっちゃったわけ？
そう言えなくもないかもな。
I feel obliged to mention that Nokia's avatar is identical to how she dresses in reality,
ハッカーなんざ
which is
今時
some high-level
珍しくもねえ
confidence.
し。
That is impressive. I mean, my avatar is also identical to how I dress in reality.
絶対やだよ。いらない。こんなプログラム捨てなきゃ。
That's not a joke for chat.
I know, I saw the lab coat and everything.
嘘。
I know you saw it, but they didn't.
やめとけ。プログラムにプロテクトがかかってる。無理に削除すると何が起こるかわかんねえぞ。
何よそれ。
That's true.
逃がすかよ。
あなたなんで追いかけるの？私帰るからもう帰るからね。何これ？さっきまでなかったじゃん。どうしてこんなのが？
Yeah, I do see the side tie underwear. That's a thing.
先へ進めってこと？
Not just that, but the dress only has a front and back, like it has no sides at all.
Oh yeah.
私行かない。
It's an absolutely staggering amount of horny. I
Yeah.
did not expect a Digimon game to be,
Digimon games are kind of in an odd place because most of them aren't really aimed. I'll turn the music down a bit and I'll turn the voices. No, come on. Turn the voices up a bit and hopefully that'll help. because like they already had the virtual pets as their like toys for kids thing, so a lot of the games were aimed at people who were already owning consoles or computer games and so on, so people who are older and have more disposable income. And this was their first Digimon story game in a while, and their first that wasn't on a handheld in about 20 years.
Right. So you're expecting an audience that is 30.
Pretty much. And this game is basically an SMT game disguised as a Digimon game, so it's really not aimed at kids.
I was getting that vibe pretty much instantly. Like, this is just how you would 3DFI that one segment in Shin Megami Tensei 1.
Yeah,
Like, it's the Expanse. That's where we are.
pretty much. There's actually, well, not yet, but we go there.
I mean, we're
Eventually.
already pretty far there, so if we're going more there,
Yeah.
どうした？まるで幽霊でも見たような顔だ。僕そっくりの幽霊を見たって？
It is just a cipher, so you can
その
read it.
幽霊は僕かもしれないな。この世のものではないと。真相は僕がただ神出鬼没なだけ。そんなところだ。安心するといい。君のような迷い子を導くためにね。君はハッカーの証であるプログラム。
Usually it's
I would like
like,
to.
on like 90% of Digimon designs that have it, the code just reads Digital Monster.
ここには様々な目的を持ったハッカーがいる。セキュリティホールを見つけて報告する義足的なもの。他人の財産や個人情報を狙い、アカウントを強奪するもの。本当に色々だ。その様子だと、ひな鳥どころか、まだ卵から帰ってもいないようだ。ハッカーを目指すか。
the more I look, the more I really see the
それは
design overlap with Devil Survivor. It's really
Yeah.
like
君はハッカーに
it's freaking
興味を
my
抱いて
bean a little
ここまで
bit.
来て、その結果、デジモンキャプテンだったら
I should play DS2
デジモン
Overclock.
と呼ばれるプログラム
I always
It's
wanted
really
to
hard.
because
力を
I mean at this point I'll just cheat
そ
because
れでいいでは
God.
未来のハッカーの誕生を祝して
If you don't want to like go to the effort of playing the
記
game,
念すべき
the anime is actually not terrible.
ほら君の後ろにいる
I'm not that into Yamato though.
Oh, I see. You're interested in Yamato and Drag, right?
Or yeah, break record. I got them crossed up.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's hot. I have no other opinions.
Okay, so which one do you want? Terriermon, Palmon, or Hagurumon?
Obviously, the machine type. Like, I have to betray my childhood self a little bit to do that, but she was stupid anyway.
do you like the Final Fantasy VII style text input for a game that came out in 2019, where the text box is just like it's completely random if it's one super long line or if it's like three like tightly stacked lines?
It's pretty great. It's the most I've been motivated to buy this game thus far, actually.
To be fair, there were no plans to localize this game. It pretty much happened at like the minimum budget because fans campaigned really hard to get it localized. So the fact that it's garbage is like kind of what you gotta live with.
Oh yeah.
せっかく用意したデジモンに何デジモンならいくらでもいる。しかし驚いたよ。程度の低いハッカーが悪ふざけで話したか。ん？追いかける？いや、あれはまだ君の手には負えない。なんだって君は物好きだな。単なるプログラム同士の小競り合いに首を突っ込んで怪我でもしたら君がそう決めたなら好きにするといい。
The track that plays here is like almost literally the investigation track from Danganronpa 1.
I mean, I'm game for that.
とんでもない卵だな。本当に物好きだよ。いや、ただのお人よしか。
Oh, yep, I just turned on the audio for a second.
僕はそれなりに物好きで、お人よしなんだ。まあ、君は何もしなくても。
Yeah, Dawn and Dusk were the last English Digimon story / Digimon World games that got localized. So this guy's kind of a big deal.
どうやら君と一緒に戦うつもりらしい。随分と手順は狂ったが。準備はいいかい
Oh, I should turn the battle animations back on. That option works slightly differently from how it did in Hacker's Memory. Okay. That'd be fun, because I've never actually played Dawn and Dusk.
Digimon Capture のスキャンを介さずにデジモンが手に入ることは稀だ。ましてや。
Yeah, we started working on doing a line by line of that, but the DS font is so fucking awful.
卵は帰った。それじゃあ、僕はそろそろ消えるとしよう。目つきの悪い少年。彼なら先のエリアへ向かって。そこはかつてエデンのエントランスだった古いエリアだ。その証拠に初期タイプのログアウトゾーンも残されたままだ。今はプロテクトでロックされていて使用できないが、あの程度のロック、ハッカーであればどうということはない。そうだな、目つきの悪い彼ならなぜ驚く？なら僕から言うべきことはない。そういえば僕はユーゴ、チームザクソンのユーゴだ。君が誇り高きハッカーを目指すのであれば我らザクソンを訪れるといい。 扉はいつでも開いている。
So now I gotta go all the way back at Nokia and then run all the way back again. You do a lot of going back and forth at the start of the game, which is kind of annoying, but it does serve to help you build up Digimon scans.
Right. And it also just builds familiarity with the zone.
Yeah,
I don't
unfortunately
know
you
how
don't
much they'll be
spend too much
coming back.
time on this one. You do on like the later floors of Kowloon, but most of the game's side quests and so on take place in Kowloon, so you just end up spending so much time here and its music is really annoying.
Ooh, main character Digimon. No one cares about you.
Yep. I'm Gabumon.
It's weird. I have never once marked for the main character Digimon, which I guess isn't that surprising considering I
You.
consistently have weird taste.
I'm not that into them in and of themselves, but it is cool to see them show up and be attached to a different character.
That's true.
なんだか懐かしい匂いがする。私？
それに
ごめんね。私のエロカワフェロモンが仕事しまくっちゃってるみたいで。やっぱり君変だ。もうどこ行ってたの？
また怖い人？
追いかけ回されるのはゴリゴリだ。ちょっと落ち着いて。はあ、行っちゃった。っていうか、あれ？君が連れてるその子がデジモン？けどそのデジモンもあの子たちもデジモンか。あの子たちと一緒にいられるならいいかも。え？凶暴な野良デジモンもいた？奥のエリアにあなたがいるのよね。
Okay, so now we run all the way back.
よし、いざ勝負。
And random encounters are now turned on.
Oh boy. I'm slightly distracted because I'm teaching Miss Midori about our Lord and Savior Minmo. The single best piece of interstitial art in a video game ever made.
At this point, it's kind of like, this game has SMT leveling, so when you level up, you top up, but your Digimon will evolve very, very quickly at the start of the game. So the fact that you can like take damage at all is pretty much a whatever. So it's easy to just set it on auto for most of these.
That makes sense.
Actually, I should see what Hagurumon does, because I don't think I've ever started with this one. Okay.
Let me look at Blitzgreymon, because that might be...
Oh, it's
that's
really
my shit.
sick.
I like how unified the color scheme is. That's the biggest thing for me I notice, is that I tend to like simple palettes and not a ton of kibble. Like for a Digimon, this is a relatively restrained amount of kibble.
Yeah, especially for like a mega level Digimon because they always have so much crap hanging off them. Alright. Oh yeah, Omegamon Alter S looks amazingly cool. Alter S? Alter B? Alter B, Alter S is the black version. Nearly died to a Sunamon. Actually do need to heal because the first boss is a lot harder than it looks.
Hmm. 君と新とも会ったことがあるような。うん。昨日チャットで会ったとか。
So yeah, Omegamon Alter S also looks really sick.
でもそっか。なんか変。
Alter S is the like main boss of Digimon World Next Order, which unfortunately didn't get a PC port.
R.I.P.
もう本当なんなの？行こう。この先に新がいるんだよね。
なんだよ今の映像。ちくしょう、なんだってんだよ。
ああ、いたいた。ちょっともう一人で勝手に行くとか？どんだけ自己中かませばよかですか。
なんだありゃ、まさか噂で聞いたエデンの黒い怪物か。お前らこっちへ走れ。こいつのロックを解除する。おい走れっつってんだろ。おい
君たち、僕たちがノキアを守る。逃げてノキア。
I'm actually gonna get up for a sec and
みんな
get a second cushion for my chair. I don't know if I've mentioned, but my chair is broken as hell, and I am waiting on the company that made it to honor their warranty.
Fair enough.
Which is why I'm constantly switching position, because all the shit is broke.
Right. I forgot that this wasn't a legit beta fight. I thought it was like an actual boss fight.
Right, there we go. That's a fair bit more comfortable.
なんでこんなに弱いんだ。
It does mean I am significantly elevated and need to reset my position again,
よしロックを解除したログアウトできるぞ
or else my tits are gonna start flying around.
あの子たちがまだ。
わかんねえのか足手まといはお前なんだよお前が逃げおおせりゃあいつらはどうにでもなるんだ おい
I mean, I know everyone here is here for that, but there's a limit. Speaking of being here for tits flying around.
僕たちを見つけて。
So that went well.
ねえちょっと。
なんだよあいつ
こら天下の行動のど真ん中で何騒いでんだ
ああ不敬さんこっちに
誰が不敬さんだ誰が刑事さんだ刑事さん
Hey, it's Yukari Takeba, but in Digimon.
うわキモ
Even just so far, this game is utterly fucking wild.
Oh yeah.
Oh, those
乗りたまえ厄介なことになる前
that's the design. I
おい待てそこの車止まらねえと逮捕するぞこら 人よりは奇妙な現象に慣れている方なんだがこんな現象は初めて見たよ私の声は聞き取れているかなそれはよかった君そうか
I like the sunglasses.
自分
Like
の身に何が起きたのか
the vibe is good here,
聞きたいことがあるなら何でも答えよう
even ignoring the tits
ここ
being
は新
out.
宿だ仕事で探し物をしていてね自分で言うのもなんだがあらましは嘘のような誠だ今は中野にある私の事務所へ向かっている君の体は極めてデジタルな状態にあるように見えるもしも本当にそうだとしたらいや周囲に君以外の人物はいなかったはずひょっとすると君の友達も
I just noticed the sunglasses actually have real-time reflections in them.
とは言えないがまずは
That's impressive.
自分自身の私が誰かそうか自己紹介がまだだったな最初に名乗るべきだったが私は呉見京子しがない探偵さ
Detective's named Kyoko. Is it just that Danganronpa did it and then poisoned everyone? Because this is the third one I've encountered in a week.
I think her name is written differently.
Oh yeah, and I think they're all written differently, kanji-wise, but like... Once you start seeing the name pronounced the same, like 3 times back to back,
Yeah.
it's a little... This is enemy action. There's the Danganronpa one, obviously. There's this one, and there's Amasawa in Lost Judgment. By the way, Lost Judgment is not a good game.
Really?
Even I, a brain dead Yakuza player, can only really recommend it like
では
at
今
half
こう
price
して
at
私と
best.
会話している君とは
That really
また別
surprises
の
me.
体がどこかに存在するわけだ
It's got a lot
肉体から
of
精神データ
on the
を分離
mechanical
してし
side.
ま
I
う
like a
個
lot
別
of
の
what it
存在と
does.
して
I
それと
think
も何らかの理由で新宿にいず
the
れにしろ
new
機能
styles
が
are
別な
really
話で
good,
はあ
both
るが
the DLC one
現
and
段階では
the
状況証拠による単純な
regular
まず
new
は
one.
君がエデンにログインした
The
場所の
plot
現
is
状を確認するのが
unusually
定石だ
bad.
ろう君は
Ah,
どこでログイ
yeah,
ン
I'm
し
just
たん
gonna
だ
reset my position real quick. So that I'm not constantly leaning over.
君は今どこにいる電脳犯罪事件をはじめ多種多様な超常現象事件の解決に確かな実績を誇る君の身に起こった怪異的現象の謎を解明するのにこれそして君が腰掛けているのは依頼人用のソファー何依頼報酬の件ならば心配しなくていい君の存在は
And it
You
pivots one
moved
back
and
and
drew my eye, and I was like, what is making that? And I look and just like bounce, bounce,
おおむね
bounce.
にそうだな
it's practice for Super Robot Wars 30.
話を戻すとしよう
I need to
君が
cut in
どこでログイン
appropriately.
したかだがそれよりも何よりも前に君の姿をどうにかしなければいけない
But
その姿ではまともに外を歩くこともできない
I should be paying attention to the plot here.
They're basically talking about what they're gonna do about the fact that we're like this.
君は私の声を聞き
Yeah.
ソファーにつまりリアル特性を持ったデジタル
To finish the Lost Judgment
君の
thought,
体がデータで構成されているならば
Yagami is fundamentally an
君は
insincere
基本的に
person,
はエデン内で使用
which
する
really
コーチデータの
doesn't
中で
jive with
アバター
how
パーツのデータが見つかれば
RGT
上場
team
になる
likes to write stories.
その状態
So
で
there's this
あ
constant value clash between like what the game needs to reward for the protagonist to function and how the story wants to go.
テレビ
So
は
it ends
ど
up
うかし
just
たか
kind of shitting the pants.
Right.
So for Adriel, here's Yakuza's gimmick. Yakuza is a series about how if you're an authentic person, no one can stop you. That's the entire thing. Also about playing just way too many mini games. Like however many mini games you think ought to be in a game, there are more.
Not only that, but Kiryu plays mini games like he does everything else.
But yeah, which is kind of another thing that holds back Yagami a little bit. Because, like, either he doesn't seem to inhabit the dorky minigame thing, or he feels like he's losing his own energy and just kind of being drawn into the franchise's bit.
Right.
Also, he can't do karaoke, so it sucks.
These little labyrinths get really annoying later on because they end up full of like switchbacks that lead into dead ends that have items, and so you end up having to spend like 5 times as long in them as you should.
Boy. Also, I see we are now drastically increasing the extent to which we are in the Expanse.
Yeah,
Like, we were
these,
already in the
like,
Expanse.
this is like the connection between 2 distinct locations on the internet.
I love how everyone assumes you looking utterly fucking wild is because you suck and not because...
Yeah.
Like, if someone was walking around in this space where everyone looks totally normal and was just shitting particle effects everywhere, I would assume they were better than me.
Yeah, that's true. I guess,
私の声が届いたようね。ようこそデジラボへ。ここはデジ
I
タル
think it gets mentioned at some point that people who are really good can modify their avatars to look a lot more lifelike and so on. So they're probably assuming that since you look like this, that you've tried that and fucked up.
That would make
知
sense.
らないなら知らないで、時が来れば。
Mirai is very hot.
Oh yeah. There's a reason she's the only character that they kept, well, her and Rena are the only characters that they kept bringing back. Starting with Digimon World Redigitized on the PSP, which is the game that Mirai debuted in, she's been in every game since.
I like her. She's hot. She looks like Latuni, but an adult. And
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
あなたを見つけた。つまり私はあなたに呼ばれたのよ。話はこれくらいにしましょう。まずはここ
That's
がどう
the
いう
thing
場
I
所
want.
か
That
自分の目で確かめて。
I really need to change the position of that camera. So I am not just... God, I just saw it. I
What are you
can't
doing?
handle
Oh.
it. I'm sitting perfectly still in real life now. I think I'm maybe too high up. Like, I think I may need to tilt the physical camera.
Yep, that's a bit far.
I think I turned the camera off while tilting it.
I mean, I think it's more funny if you leave it on. That assumes
know,
your
it's
avatar
just
is
that-
wearing pants.
It's just that there's a button. And I think I turned it off with the button.
Ah. Oh yeah, no, you are frozen. You definitely turned it off.
Come on, camera. Camera,
There we
please.
go.
Okay, I think we're functional. I think we're back out of
Okay.
being extremely janky.
So Mirai just gave us access to a bunch of things that we can't even hope to use for a while, because we just don't have enough Digimon to make it worthwhile.
The camera really just wants me to vibrate out of reality. Despite me staying almost perfectly still.
So the scan function, we just got it to 100, which is the point where we can take the scanned data and turn it into a brand new Digimon. But if you wait until it gets up to 200%, then the Digimon starts with bonus stats and higher ability, which is discussed in one of the guides that I pointed out to you, but it's basically the most important stat.
Right.
Sadly, the way that ability works means that you don't get one of the things that Dawn and Dusk does, where it pitches you, I think it's 2 Mega level Digimon that are flanking like an in-training Digimon, but the in-training Digimon is the actual threat that has like stupidly high stats.
I knew I
That's-
recognized Mirai from somewhere, but I can't say where or we'll get TOS'd. Oh, I just remembered. Have you heard the DLC rumor for Super Robot Wars 30?
Not since the DLC leak, but I assume it's going to be something else insane, like you were suggesting.
The thing I keep hearing is manga slash Netflix Ultraman.
Do you keep hearing that from one specific person who claims to be part of the writing staff for that?
No.
Okay, that makes it a lot more believable.
Yeah, I also have heard Get a Robo Devolution alongside that.
I haven't
And that
even
would make
heard of that.
sense
What's
as-
that?
Okay, so at least someone else is also hearing this, and I look less insane as a result.
What's Devolution? I've not heard of this.
Fuck, which one is Devolution?
Not the one that just got an anime.
No, that's Arc. I think Devolution is the one with an alternate emperor.
If they really
It's also
wanted to
got
do
a
something
really
insane,
weird.
go on.
It's also got a just really weird Get a Robo design. Like, it's very hefty.
Oh, Hybrid Insector's sick. Okay, I could be up for that for sure. If they really wanted to give us something insane, they should give us Keterogo Mahjong.
Isn't that in DD though?
I don't think so. It might be. That also has a story that is hard to talk about on Twitch because it's, the story behind it is related to someone who primarily draws porn.
Well, you know. But yeah, if I would believe Devolution as the super escort in the way that Voltez is in DLC 1, and I would believe Power Suit Ultraman that sucks as the big drop in the way that Sakura Wars is in DLC 1.
That showing up is just so nutty. Because forever people are like, oh, the author doesn't want it or whatever, and here it is.
also keep hearing 7 IBO units, but that's like the fakest shit I can imagine because IBO is in DD and they've explicitly said on multiple occasions that they don't want to just retread things DD is doing.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's some stuff in DD that, you know, I'd like them to have in 30, but I guess that doesn't really matter to their, like, Japanese audience,
Right.
which is their primary market.
I can't say I'm hype about Power Suit Ultraman, but it does bode really well for the next game having everything I actually want.
Yeah, with them, like, as soon as you start actually including stuff in, like, even if it's just DLC, that makes it look so hopeful for, like, next game. It's so many things
Like,
that we were
if-
like, oh, you know, this will never happen, like Sakura Wars is now present, and it's like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. Like, now I can go, what if we got Gridman and Dynazenon and Ultraman Z in the next game, and that's not a insane thing where I'm an idiot.
Yeah. No, it's pretty awesome. I was really, like, not hype for 30 when it was announced because, like, T's a good game, but it's kind of, it felt really played out after VNX. Like, it didn't really add anything. So, when 30 was announced, it was like, oh cool, we're getting this new Super Wars game, but not a big deal. And then the PVs came out, and it was like, oh shit, we're getting a new Super Wars game. And then
Yeah,
everything that they've announced since has been amazing.
I actually kind of had the opposite experience. I felt T is the only one that really fully landed for me out of the International Edition set.
T's definitely the best of the lot, but like, it definitely suffers from being a modern Super Wars game. Like, it could have had a lot more series integration than it did. Especially because they went to such pains to, like, line up series that worked well together. It also left out some shit that would have fit really well, like, Die Guard, which should have been a brain dead include, but wasn't for whatever reason.
I get it, but I also feel like it would have overshadowed the protagonist of OCs a little bit.
Probably, but I
also
mean,
be
like, they included both Trida and Might Guy, which have the same gimmick, and like parts of the game rely on the fact that they have the same gimmick, and then they included stuff like, you know, Cowboy Bebop, where the character is entirely working for a paycheck, specifically because
Yeah.
they wanted to kind of double down on that, so I think it would have fit better than worse. But while the game is really coherent, I feel kind of like what it starts building up in the first few stages is not really exciting by the end of the game. And although the late game twist is really good, it doesn't feel like the stakes are that high. So I kind of didn't enjoy it that much.
I understand that,
like,
but for me, like, I hate cosmic level Ben Presto villains. They all fucking suck. I was relieved to see an endgame Ben Presto villain that wasn't that.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Like, it definitely wasn't bad, and it worked really well as the final boss, given, like, who the protagonists were. But I feel like overall, they could have done a lot more than they did. And the 1 year development cycle that VXT had, I think, really hurt all of those games.
I can see that.
So when they
I also think
were like, Super Wars 30, it was like,
I kind of think they should have killed Dunbine and maybe saved Ray Earth for 30. Like,
yeah, I mean,
if there's
X has
one
that
thing
whole...
that's...
Go on.
If there's one thing that's really weak in T, it's the isekai shit. Like, I get why
Yeah,
they did it,
no, I'm
but it's literally just in the way.
yeah, it's really just there because it was in X and they wanted to reuse the assets. To be fair to them, Rayearth integrates really well.
Yeah, like
Because
tonally rare.
the characters but not only that, because the characters are like normal people in the setting, they run into people who are characters who are from the sequel series. Like they run into like Koji, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's Governor Koji. He's a hero." And
Yeah.
Mako, and like they've had their development arcs. They help her, so it worked really well. Although the game could have definitely done without it, but it was executed really well. Whereas Dunbine is just there.
The good news is that 30 follows up on that vibe a lot. Like, I took the super route to start, and pretty much everyone marks out for Koji. Except NPCs in the Gridman universe, and it's noted as weird that they don't that much.
Yeah, one thing, like, I think X is actually probably the best of the lot, which is weird, because I do think T is better written, but X had decided really hard that it wanted to do Isekai as its theme, and then it picked series that worked well with it, and it executed it really well. Like, it has a dimension hopping plot that it desperately didn't need, and that really damages it.
Yeah, the only thing that I would really kill in X is G-Reco, and even then, like, they had to do it at some point, and they may as well.
Yeah, and, I mean, G-Reco was... excuse me, G-Reco was always going to be, you know, the good part about this is its theme song. Where are Koromon? I'm trying to get a 200% scan on a Koromon since it turns into everything good, and it's just not appearing for me.
You're being punished by God.
No, I'm just gonna leave. Instead of running in circles for 10 minutes.
All of the integrations in X are just really good.
Except Wing.
I mean, Wing is and isn't, because, like, Wing somehow becomes the entire metaphysics, but only in a way that's completely bugfuck insane and is attached to the least well thought out part of the plot. So it's like, it's super central and then also does not make any fucking sense.
What's really weird is that Buddy Complex's plot and characters, like in the actual anime, are like completely different from how they are in the game. Because I went and watched Buddy Complex after seeing it in X because I thought it looked cool, and like it's just so radically different. It's insane.
Is it worse?
No, it's better. It's way better.
Really?
It's so much better.
That's impressive because Buddy Complex X was already really good.
Like, the characters are way more interesting, the plot makes a lot more sense. The time travel / dimension hopping plot in Buddy Complex is done in a way that is actually sane, unlike in X, where it makes no sense at all.
Oh yeah, like, the more you look at it in X, the more it fragments apart, and I mean, I enjoy that a little bit, but... Yeah, the more I sit with all three of the PS4-only International Edition games, the more I feel like V is the weak link.
Yeah, V is not a great game, but once again, I think they did a good job of that, where they picked a thing they wanted to do. So in this case, it was Voyage, right? They wanted to go a long way and come a long way back. And they picked series that worked well with that, and they mostly executed it well. I think T, in a sense, is the weakest in that regard, because some things that you would think that they would include were left out, and then a lot of things that were included didn't really fit that well, but its execution is really good. So it's kind of like mixing like 6 of one, half a dozen the other.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
So if you look here, see this Koromon had +1, had like overcapped the scan gauge, so it started with a little bit of ability, which means that it can get bonus stats that it otherwise normally couldn't. Whereas the Suno
Right.
one, which was 100%, didn't get that. So these are the things that I'm bringing with me, and they'll evolve very quickly. There's not much point using the farm yet. Later on, it's like the single most important thing in the game, but for now, there's not much point in using it.
I'm really excited to see things start evolving. I can't talk all of a sudden.
無事に戻ってこれたじゃないか。当然。しかし、よくよく現実離れした能力、物理法則に律儀に従っているのは。
邪魔するよ、京ちゃん。
相変わらず。
Also, rechat. Yeah, that's correct.
おっとすまん。
Space Route is
それと。
Majestic Prince, Victory, and you see Benager for like 30 seconds. Like he is there and he does his beam saber attack and then he is gone.
And nothing of value was lost.
Hey, he's a good boy. Don't be mean to him. I actually really like the Silver Bullet Suppressor's animations.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a great design. They'd have to work hard to make it look bad.
Like a lot of what it does is just good pilot shit, and I'm always into that. Like I also really liked X's high new animations. For the same reason.
Yeah, they're mostly really good. One thing that annoys me about them is that they used the same animation effects that were introduced in the Gaiden game in Z3, and I don't like how the explosions and hit effects in that look, but I can live with that.
それで何か事件ですか？今美味しいコーヒーを入れて。
いや、いい。今日は依頼じゃない。コーヒーはいいよ。
Who is this slouchy motherfucker?
He's a detective. A police detective.
I mean, obviously.
Hmm? それに、ある種のスペシャリストになりうる素質があります。話を聞かせておくべきでしょう。
そうか。京ちゃんのお墨付きなら問題ない。話ってのは、エデン症候群患者を隔離している例の特別病棟の噂だよ。おっと、未来。
お願いします。
エデン症候群ってのは、エデンを利用中のユーザーが
Every Digimon game gets like progressively closer to being .hack, and then we arrive here and it's just actually .hack.
原因、治療法、症状、未だ多くが謎に包まれている。セントラル病院にはエデン症候群患者の専用病棟、特別病棟があって、が妙に情報統制が厳しくてな。上白のイメージダウンになるのを恐れて事実を隠蔽しているんじゃないかなんて噂もある。今回の件も噂の息を出ない類ではあるんだが、近くセントラル病院の背後が動き出す。
背後？上白エンタープライズですね。
ああ、セントラル病院は上白の息がかかっている。発症患者の増加、症状の重篤化傾向。普段の病院で人の出入りが激しくなっている。これは何かある。
ようやくですね。
あ
あ。やはりコーヒーを入れてきますよ。
おっと、そろそろ署に戻らないと。悪いが、乾杯はまたの機会にしよう。
I'm sorry, what was that?
Just watching this guy run every time Kyoko mentions making coffee.
京ちゃんの入れたコーヒーには気をつけろ。特に色と固形物にはな。俺はいつか京ちゃんのコーヒーを鑑識に回す日が来るんじゃないかと。そいつはシャレになんねえよな。
The fact that Kyoko cannot produce coffee that is like edible by human beings is actually foreshadowing. of all
背後で
things.
上城の統制が行き届いているからな。そしてこれからさらにセキュリティは厳しく
That's
なる。
utterly fucking
エ
wild.
デンで異変が起き、異常な状態の君が現れた。これは偶然か？いいな、必然だ。私はこれからセントラル病院へ向かう。君もぜひ同行してくれたまえ。君の状態
That'd
に
be
関する
cool
情
actually,
報も
because
得られるかもしれない。
there are a red bird and black turtle units that show up in OGs 2 after being
求め
missing
よ、
for like
さら
fucking
ば
ever.
与えられん。叩けよ、
So it'd be
さらば
cool, but I
開かれん。
don't think that's gonna happen.
君の場合、開けごまが適当か？
Yeah, that's not. I don't buy that for a second. I've seen the unit name dump, and the upgrades for Hockey 30 are just L and R. Like they're very standard Hockey upgrade notation.
Yeah, I mean, considering that it's basically like the Huckabine Mark II, but with gold shit on it, I was kind of expecting the Huckabine Mark III.
So someone has just pointed something out to me that is findable in the 30 demo. Like not in the data dump, just in the actual staring at the game.
Mm.
If there is no incentive to go for a low turn count, there's nothing stopping you from maxing out the Dright Striker on stage 3.
Does it have infinitely spawning reinforcements?
Oh no, even dumber. If you dump all of the MXP you get into the AOS lab first section, you get a part that gives you 20 MXP per space moved.
And
So
mission
there's
3,
nothing
no?
stopping you from just spending 4,600 turns.
Andrew's pointing out that someone has already done that.
Yeah. So unless there's something that incentivizes turn count to be not 5,000 turns, there's no reason not to spend 5,000 turns on stage 3.
There's actually a lot of instances where you can do that depending on the game. Like in VXT, there are multiple stages where you can abuse the fact that there are parts that give you stuff for moving as well, and Z3 has a good example of if you have Lelouch's Ace bonus, which gives you, I think it's PP for using Tactical Command, his there's a stage where you can just group everyone up and use it like repeatedly until you can max him out. But that's
Midori, have you
usually
met
by
me?
skill point. Remember, this is the person who ran Septuagint out of ammo.
Oh yeah, no. We attack Septuagint fucking 54 times, and then we never have to think about it again. It's just a brick now. I think I need to legally now point out that Andy Waldfeld is right on all topics. You shoot Strike Gundam 76 times and then you win the fight. You don't need to hit it hard, you just need to hit it 76 times. That's the
Weirdly,
whole strategy.
that's something that G Generation Advance emulates perfectly. Like, of all things. You said the terminal down here. I always look in the wrong spot for this. Because it's not the... I don't think you go to the Eden terminal. Maybe you do and I'm dumb. Oh, my chat widget works! Yes! I was concerned that it wasn't getting people from YouTube, but it actually is. Okay. Also, we're so far
Okay,
apart
so it
because if
is.
you put us like both in one corner, then you end up with like, you know, I also have to fit the chat on that side, and then the game ends up squished into a corner. So, and like I'm already streaming in 720p, so I don't want it to get any worse. Where the hell do I go?
What is your fastest unit on Super Route, actually? Hearing the mention of Rose 3 is making me think, what do you actually do this on the other route? I think it's J-Decker, actually.
You'd think, shouldn't Gridman be pretty fast? Because it's like pretty agile.
Yeah, but you don't have the
Here we
opportunity to equip it with anything in the demo.
Ah.
Because you get it on 4.
Does,
The demo ends at 4.
30 still use BXT system where you start with like half your SP but it regenerates every turn?
Yeah.
Then anyone with Accelerate is a good choice.
Oh yeah, then, who has it? Combattler has it.
Oh, there you go. Although it normally only
Combattler
has
only
like
has
4
one.
move.
Yeah, Combattler's base move is trash, and it, I think, only has 1 power card slot. So I think the fastest you can do is J-Decker or Hucky 30 with a booster and the MXP part. Oh, duh, you know what you could probably do? Find a birthday that shits out Excel.
Yeah, that should be... Oh, because it has a birthday system. I always just use the cheat code one. So now that we've successfully
Yeah, I mean, I usually...
bypassed security...
どうしてあなたが？ここは関係者以外立ち入り禁止のはずです。どうやって入ったの？質問を質問で返さな。ひょっとしてクレミ？そうですか。エデン症候群について何か質問があれば答えます。誤解しないでください。私は上城に世話になっている人間。治った人がいたと。
If I encountered my own comatose body, I would simply go touch its nose and see if I felt it.
でもきっと大丈夫。待つしかないんです。
Fire and clone. Yeah, neither of us will be virgins.
どうなるって。
That might be too weird.
エデン症候群の患者、それ以外の症状は聞いたことあり、この患者、最近運ばれてきた患者ですね。この人、あなたに似てませんか？そうですか。それは誤解です。間違いです。上城もエデン症候群を治療したいんです。そのためにこうして特別治療室だ。エデンのせいで誰かが不幸になるなんてあっちゃダメなんです。なんとかしなきゃいけないんです。
会話の弾んでいるところを邪魔してすまないが、招かれざる客の登場だ。
こんにちは、ケビンさん。お仕事お疲れ様。リエさん、今日は来ないはずなのに。ケビンさんのたくましい大胸筋。あ
岸辺様、仕事中ですので。
あ、お堅いのね。
岸辺理恵。
I just realized I really hope that Rie doesn't get me banned.
上城の上役が何をしに来たのか気になる。
Oh, what doesn't?
必要な情報は手に入れ。
Rie, you probably have the stream muted, but you may wish to unmute it for a little bit just to hear her voice.
ではロビーで落ち合おう。
隠れて、早く。ゆうこちゃん、お元気？リエさん、今日はどうしたんですか？ちょっとねえ。
Okay, it's like that.
好きなゆうこちゃんの
Oh, it's like that all the time.
見たくなっちゃったんだな。私が一人でいるのが心配なんですか？なんかリエちゃんセンサーがビビビ。
Okay, I gotta turn stream audio right back off because I heard my own voice and I hate
暗
it.
い顔してるんじゃないかな。ほら、辛いでしょ。別に。
Good, I support her.
強がってても。ところで、いえ、別に。ピクニック的な？はい。そんなこと。それとも彼女さんかしら？あそこの部屋とかやらしい？ほら、このリエお姉様が手取り足取り。なんだ。でもゆうこちゃん、別に構わないの。私なんて。それじゃあ私たちが揃って顔を見せたら。あの人どこへ？
I've seen that, Dojin. Did I lose your audio, or are you just really quiet right now?
No, I was just quiet because I was letting Rio talk. Because I think the game does just fine for itself.
Yeah. That is fair.
And there's like nothing to say in these bits, because I mean this one is just one straight shot, like there's nowhere else to go at all. So the ability stat also determines the Digimon's max level, but the higher their level is, the more ability they get when they are evolved or de-evolved. So you can end up in this like checkmate situation where, not checkmate, stalemate situation where you need them to level up more, but they don't have the ability for it, so you need to devolve them, which resets them to level 1, and then you have to level them up again and evolve them again. But it's not that bad because each species of Digimon learns like different attacks and so on at various levels, but you can carry those through every form that they take. So you end up with, if you have to branch out, then you end up with a much better mix of skills. At the moment, the babies have maxed out, so I need to go and visit Mirai and sort that out.
想像に難くない。体外離脱現象の一種と考えれば解決法も。君はエデン症候群の未知なる症状の発症者。イレギュラーな被害者なのだろう。
Really? I did not know that. I thought it was entirely based on the stage and their level.
調査は焦ってはいけない。慌ててもいけない。急ぎす
I
ぎても
think that's just in older games.
ただひたすらに粘り強く。鉄頭鉄尾、堅固な黒金のごとき忍耐力で当たれ。父の言葉だ。さて、本題だが、元の体に戻りたくはないか？依頼には、エデンや電脳犯罪に関連した事件も多い。安心しなさい。君の能力は、で期待しているよ。よし、契約成立だな。君はたった今から私の助手兼サイバースルースだ。ソファーにかけて待っていたまえ。コーヒーを入れてこよ
う。Panic.
海ぶどうつぶあんコーヒー。私の自信作だ。見かけも芸術的だが、味も方向もまた格別だぞ。では、
That does not seem like coffee. I'm objecting to that.
Right. Yeah, the stream needed, but it played like a thud explode effect after the drinking sound. And in fact is the same plot point. So this is where I thought of you when I was like, this would be good to do. because I think this will activate your Yakuza brain a bit.
Oh boy.
Because this building, the Nakano Broadway, actually exists. I'm not sure how faithfully it's replicated, but like it's a real place.
Hmm. I mean, if there's one thing Japanese game devs love to do, it's go on location scout on the company's dime. So
Mm.
I should play Spider-Man 2, actually.
So should I. The more recent Marvel Spider-Man game was like insanely good and also had a very faithful New York City, except for the fact that Spider-Man is, approximately one story tall, but we will allow that because otherwise it would make the game really boring. Holy crap, how much DLC did I not get when I bought the physical edition of this?
I'm gonna say too much.
But I didn't get the black Agumon and Gabumon special voice or special t-shirt ones. That's really weird. Okay. That's adorable. I'm not planning on using it, but it's cute. I finish it, not gonna so like.
I always feel weird about shit like that, where the game just gives you Super Digimon or that kind of thing, where I'm like, this is clearly sick. I just have to put it in the box and walk away.
Yeah, I mean, I can always pull it out later when I, start getting Digimon up to there.
Like when Generation Genesis gave you Hot Scramble Gundam.
Yeah, you just sold that immediately.
Oh yeah, I could sell it and make the game actually fun by having 2 working battleships from the jump.
Yeah.
Or
Oh, really? Okay, I might use them then.
てかまあそりゃそうかけどあの子たち嘘覚えてないちょっと心配だな、はあ、なんか私ってば大事な時になるといつもビビっちゃうっていうか君にも嫌な思いさせちゃったか
Oh, what did I change them into?
あそれはそうと
Oh, you're right. That is actually really useful. I wonder if you can sequence break with that. No, you can't. Because there's an NPC in front of each firewall until you're meant to go past it.
別にいいけどてかいいか悪いかもわかんないけどまあハッカーになるとかより全然いいてかハッカーだよあなたあいつハッカーだったよなんかちょっとへこむなやだな気まずいなこういう時は地味犬の新曲
So this is a Games Workshop, right? Like, it's got the same branding, the story's laid out like a Games Workshop. I'm sure this is actually a Games Workshop.
Yeah, that's exactly the Games Workshop Tokyo location. Let me paste that to you in Discord. You should put that
Oh
on
wow,
screen
it
so
really
everyone
is.
can see
Yeah,
it.
hold on. Yeah, look at that. That's just like straight up the thing. That's awesome. Okay.
Some of these are just the real brands.
Yeah, it's kind of on and off what has the real brand and what doesn't. But I do like the vintage Tekken 2 poster that's half hidden behind that guy.
Yeah,
And
that's strong.
the Tekken 1 poster right next to it.
I think I actually owned that poster at some point, like in real life.
That's awesome.
I have no idea where or how.
Oh, the Coliseum's up already. Okay, I should actually come back after I've sorted out my party, because taking on the Coliseum early would be really good. Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've seen this cafe layout in a video game.
Yeah, I think it's probably
Which
kind of
again is
standard.
probably
But...
Japan does really love its standard layouts for shit, which
yeah.
I kind of adore, honestly.
かなり個性の強い面々だが、さて次は街に出てもらうぞ。反電脳体の君が現実世界に完璧に溶け込めるかどうか、新宿で聞き込みをしてきたまえ。
Oh yeah, this game is like, you know, sometimes you are doing something insanely goofy, like there's a Lilymon who goes around messing with a guy's phone because she has a crush on him, and it turns out he's gay, and like you sort it out. Or sometimes you end up in an actual like hell space, and there's basically no in between. It's one or the other.
又吉刑事にも調査結果を報告。それと一つ重要なことを伝えそびれていた。君の母親のことだ。親御さんが仕事で長期海外出張しているのは君が倒れたと聞いて帰国しようとしていたところを間一髪君からも連絡して。 親御さんの様子はどうだったか。うん、安心したようで何より。親御さんの件は君に一任する。では行動開始。
Wrong button. Which one? The crossing one or a different one? Tell me on Discord and I will let you know. Oh, yeah, that one, that's pretty fucked up.
The what?
Yeah.
The what one? I'm sorry? You want to run that by me again, champ? Please do.
Yeah, go ahead. It takes a while to get there anyway, so...
This is going somewhere really fucked up. That's fucked up.
Oh
That's
yeah.
that's fucked up. I mean, I might take it.
おたけ、俺か
That's kind of the
ま、
point.
見ての通り、こっちも一応問題なしだ。強いて問題を探すとしたら、チキンには刺激強すぎたはずだぜ。にしても、あの化け物、初めて見たぜ。なんとなく、あの後運営に問い合わせてみ、どう考えたって不自然だと思う。
There's nothing you can do about it either because their body's gone.
どうにも気になるんだよな。少なくとも公式のイベントや
That's
底辺
kind of fucking wild.
んまあそれはなんつうかあれだな。俺約束があったんだった。またそのうちな。
Just actual fucking dot hack stuff.
Though, I mean, my disgusting meat body is horrible, and I would consider it. I have a variety of healthy organs.
I don't think you qualify. Given what happened to you.
Hold on. I don't think intestines are among the organs that you recycle from a person.
Probably.
さすがに心配だぜ。つうか、お前だよ、お前。電脳なあ、さくら。おいってば。さわさわ。今ならいけると思ったんだ。つうかお前、地味犬知ってんの？
What's weird about it is that you can go from one to the other and it doesn't really feel like it's whiplashy.
まあ、曲はそこそこ良かったりするけどよ。とにかく、お前が電脳探偵になって学校サボり送別会したのにな。けど、これからもお前に会えるならいいか。
Not that way. So something interesting about this game. Wait, am I in the wrong spot? Thank you. I think I'm in the wrong spot. Yeah, okay. No, I gotta wait until I get to Shibuya Shinjuku.
Wish I were no thoughts head empty. Instead, I am all thoughts head uncomfortably full. You open my brain and it's just modem noise.
I keep forgetting that, like, the way that the map is laid out on this specific map is really annoying. Because you gotta go back to here, or to the far side of the other street. Oh yeah, do I get to see that in my field guide? No, I've got the medal for it. Nope.
Hmm. 先頃目撃された君のその様子ならば、君も大手を振って街を
Ah,
歩け
that's
るだろ
right.
う。ところで話は変わるが、現在君のアカウントはエデンネットワーク上で正しく認識されていない状態だ。そのため通常手続きでエデンにログインできない。コネクトジャンプで侵入できるとしても、 不正なアカウント扱いではまともにサービスをそのような状態で
Yeah,
は
there are
職員に
items that
優
let
し
you
さ
do
が
that in this game, but they're
今
not
後は
cheap.
用意した新規アカウント。さて、そろそろ時間だな。
Actually, after a certain point in the game, those items start working in the real world in this game.
おやつ？お預けを食らわせるようで心苦しいが、仕事の時間だよ。約束した時刻通りか。ようこそクレミ探偵事務所へ。どうぞお入りください。
There's
失礼します。
one that takes you out of the immediate area and one that takes you straight back to the detective agency.
おお。
いえ、知り合いというほどでは。
But the one that removes you from the immediate area, after a certain point in the game, you can use them in the real world, which can make getting around a lot easier.
はい。
Fortunately, most of the real world areas are like 1 to 2 rooms at most.
では、依頼内容を伺いましょう。
はい。
It's even better in Hacker's Memory, which starts later in this game's plot. It's like an interval.
消えた
And
とは？
so the thing that happens midway through this game happens like 1/3 of the way through Hacker's Memory. And Hacker's Memory adds a new hacking skill that lets you move faster. Like that's all it does. It's such a good quality of life adjustment. And so you can use it in the real world from very early in the game.
アカウント情報を問い合わせ。
呼びかけても応答しない。
全く。父を見つけ出してください。
わかりました。お引き受けします。
よろしくお願いします。
では、すぐに調査を開始しましょう。連絡先を教えていただけますか？
いえ、その必要はありません。それでは。
なるほどな。
Well, I say real-time shadows, but it's really apparent that the real-time reflections in Kyoko's sunglasses. But it's really apparent that they're actually being like all of these are being rendered in, I think, the Shibuya area based on the reflections that don't make sense now that we're indoors.
Yeah, I can see that. Also, I'm taking another different sublingual pills, so I will sound like shit for the next 2 minutes.
エデンで聞き込み調査をすれば、出番だ、ワトソン君。
So the side effect of having played this a couple of times is that some things I remember really well, like the which person you're meant to talk to with the right keyword to move the plot along. Otherwise, you end up basically asking around for information, which is cool and all. It just feels like it takes forever sometimes. Actually, I wonder... No, okay. I was wondering if one of the quality of life changes that they made to this release was to backport the new skills from Hacker's Memory into the base game, but no, they have not. Yeah, that's definitely how it's looking at the moment. Isn't there a special medal or something in here? Or did I imagine that? Yeah, there we go. Logging into Kowloon level 1 is the worst, because you gotta run all the way through Galactic Park and then through the S-Bend screen, and then you finally get to the actual Kowloon area. I think they've actually increased your movement speed slightly though, because I'm leaving the follow Digimon in the dust, which normally wouldn't happen. So the reason that I've switched to these guys is basically because raising Digimon on the farm will make them much stronger. So I've switched to using these guys for the immediate moment, and then I'll switch back to using like proper Digimon later when they stop cutting it. Because one of the big problems at the start of this game is that you end up in a situation where it's like the Digimon that you've brought with you, you need to rotate out all of them. Oops, that was the wrong thing. You need to rotate all of them out, and you know, then you have to like make a new team out of what was in the farm, and then you have to sort out the farm again. It's really annoying. Wow, you missed out a lot. I actually need to log out and log back in again because I accidentally said no encounters, and I actually want encounters so that I can start scanning things. Fortunately, you don't actually have to interact with the farm mechanics in any way at all. You can, and it will make the Digimon a lot stronger, but you can just do what I'm doing and just put them in the farm and train them, and let it run in the background in real time. Kowloon level 2 isn't great either because you gotta run all the way up this way and then all the way back up the other way. Yeah, but these things are actually very weak. They have stats that are about comparable to the rookie Digimon that we started with. However, they are still ultimates, which means that we can use much better hacking skills. And Digimon has a really good special skill where it increases the amount of money that you get. Which early on in the game is a big deal. Later on you don't care about it at all because you can just get so much money. Okay, don't put them on auto or they'll just go completely ham. And use up all of their SP that they don't have. Yeah, like eaters. It's like the only thing that you use them for normally. I ran the wrong way, so I have to backtrack. There we go. You also can't like zoom out the map in the internet spaces, which is really annoying because Calorie has a lot of like branching paths that you need to take. Oh yeah, and dungeon music doesn't work properly in this game. That's not just the thing about the PC port, it does it on the original versions as well. Every time you go back to the dungeon screen after you get back for a random battle, it starts playing the track over. And since the Calian track's opening is really obnoxious, it just makes it a complete pain in the ass. What is this encounter rate? Holy crap.
I mean, presumably it's there to punish you.
On the positive side, I actually have a soft spot for Lalamon's evolutions because they are really, really goofy. So I'm not sad to be seeing more of it to scan.
I gotta say, I'm really digging the Digimon designs that are in your party right now.
Yeah, all of the Royal Knights have really good designs. They usually have, like, some kibble, but it's not enough to be really obnoxious.
Lord Nightmon is particularly my shit in that it's just Cornelius Gloucester.
It really is. I hadn't even thought of that.
Which is already one of my all-time favorites. Nailed it.
Oh yeah, the X-antibody forms. Like, I really like those designs, but they are definitely a lot more detailed and not designed to be animated. Oh, it does by a lot. But they're both going for the same aesthetic, and they're both succeeding.
I am not immune to Hot Lady Night. That's really what it boils down to.
Lord Nightmon is a guy, just so you know.
And yet here we are.
新顔かいちゃんとアカウントを買ってきたかいやるじゃん約束だよと君いいタイミングで来たねほらあそこ見てみあれがメフィストさんだよ乗っ取ったアカウントはあの人が直接買い取ってくれるんだよおうもう行っちゃうのかい
アカウント早くよこせ、
君メフィストさんに何したの落ち着いてくださいよ
俺によこせ
Surprise, boss fight.
Fuck, what do I recognize this thing from?
Tamers. It's the champion form of Digimon.
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay. Because of the lack of inherited stats, these guys just all run out of SP immediately because their SP costs are for like mega level skills. But they don't, like normally you would have like much cheaper skills that you'd learn from leveling up on your way there. This guy is not particularly threatening unless you happen to have like only a good data Digimon, in which case it's super effective against you and you just get wrecked.
Alphamon is also an extremely sick design.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
デジモンをコレクションする人間がいるんだ。その逆もまたしかりか。人間のアカウント情報をコレクションするデジモンがいても、何ら不思議はないのかもしれない。しかし、そのメフィストさんとやら、刺激していたはずのデジモンに、精神データを完全に乗っ取られていたようだな。現実世界における影響を確認しておきたかったところだが。
Oh yeah, Gilmon as a concept is like insanely good. Tamers generally was way ahead of its time.
山科誠のアカウントもね、ご苦労だった。事務所に戻ってきたまえ。主従の関係はいつでも逆転の波乱含みか。そう思わないか、ワトソン君。 山科誠のアカウントが解放されたおかげでアカウント情報をサルベージすることができた。現住所もすでに確認済みだ。その過程で入手した家族構成を調べてみたところ、依頼人山科優子とここにある娘の情報が明らかに食い違っている。やはりと言うべきか。君にはまだわからないのかい？とにかく山科誠の現住所へ向かう。
Never finished Tamers, and I feel a little bad about it because like it's always held up as the best one. And now it's unwatchable because the author is insane.
Yeah, wait, who wrote it? Because I thought it was someone who was involved with Evangelion.
こんにちは。
Was the lead writer?
山科さんのご自宅で
Serial Experiments Lane, not Ava.
いえ、実は人を探していまして。
私は
That explains a lot.
では、山科誠さん、この近くで行方不明者が出たらしいので。
行方不明になった。
そうですか。
あいにくだが。
娘さんはパパ？
ああ、帰ってきたか。これが娘のチカです。
何ですか？
いや、チカ一人だが。
あなたたち一体何？
それがこの近くで行方不明になった。
Figure that also explains a lot.
だそうです。
いえ、ご協力感謝します。おかげで必要な情報を手に入れることができました。ところで山科さん、お気づきでしたか？
エデン。
しかしご安心を。
Yeah, that's probative.
If you want an idea of what the last half of Tamers is look like, open up the Vassal and look at the Digimon collabs in blue and just look at anything that has Reaper in the card name.
その分、山科誠の本当の娘はこのとなると、あの依頼人は語った理由についてだが、依頼人が山科誠の何を探りたいのか大いに興味をそそられるところだ。そしてまあ依頼人はさ
どうも。
来たか。どうぞソファーへ。とアカウント狩りには山科誠は行方不明でも何でもなく、
A little Eldritch horror?
今回の調査は
はい。
What, like as a treat?
I'm more taking exception with the use of the word little in that sentence.
いつでもどうぞ、上白優子さん。
I'm pretty sure that's the series that introduced me to the concept of Eldritch horror. Let's see, how old was I when Tamers happened? I would have been 10 when Tamers happened. And oh boy, that is not a show for 10-year-olds. Oh, okay, they can't even evolve or devolve. Yep. Oh, whoops, I forgot you haven't seen this, so I shouldn't skip it. What have you got? Action defense. I don't know, some pretty fucked up stuff happens in the first part. Tamer's dub is actually really good. Like, it still has the, like, irreverent sense of humor that the adventure ones had, but it also, like, knew when to serious up, so it worked out pretty well.
I can dig that.
Its biggest flaw is that it doesn't use the insert songs, which are really, really good. No. So these are things that you can like plant on the farm that do various things. At the moment I only have the XP increasing ones and the ones that help development and search, but later on you get ones that increase the amount of stats that Digimon get, so you can use those to make like absolute monsters really quickly. So this is one of those light-hearted side quests, where it's just Digimon doesn't understand how the world works and he's screwing things up. The important thing about search is that the repeatable quests that it gives you increase your CSP and Sleuth rank to unlock some things in shops. So that's the easiest way to do it if you don't want to do some side quests, which is completely understandable because some side quests really suck. They also, some medals only appear as a result of search quests. So if you want a complete medal collection, then running searches is a good way to do it. That did 100 damage.
What?
Yeah, meanwhile I did 100 damage back and it was like 10% of its HP at most.
This thing is not fucking around. This thing is more serious than the actual story boss. What the fuck?
You're welcome to side quests.
This thing is just kind of beating your ass.
Yep. Unfortunately, its special attack is weaker than its physical attack. These DLC Digimon are actually slightly weaker than I would normally have at this point in the game as well, because of how much SP they don't have. So I'm sort of at a disadvantage, but it's going to be worthwhile once I rotate them out. I feel like I'm being targeted here. So the gameplay loop is basically... Oh, hold on. You check the whiteboard, you pick up a quest, you go and do the quest, you check the whiteboard. The other important thing about investigation quests is that after you've done this quest for Mirai, where she informs you that she has like a hit list of people that she wants you to knock off, you can send people on the... You can send your farm on the search thing, and they can dig up quests that will let you target Mirai's hit list, so you can advance that quest that way. Otherwise, there's not really any way to do it. I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't get the black Agumon and Gabumon that are the physical bonuses, because they're actually really useful. I don't have any more room in the farm, so I'm going to turn on high security, which basically means that I won't get encounters. Since at this point, if I... what is that above my head? Oh, it has a little shield icon now. Okay. It does not on the PS4 version. So we run all the way around. I almost won't get any encounters. These things aren't high enough level for high security 3, which completely turns off encounters. I think this one is actually 3 people. Okay, so this hacker that Miro wanted me to assassinate was, with 2 rookies, was like infinitely easier than Poryamon, which was a baby. No, I think they're just baked into...
baby.
I think they're just baked into the base game now, which is why they're not available as DLC, but like it would have been nice. It's just because having the game just hand you 2 perfectly good rookies is kind of good. Since you don't have to scan for them or anything. I missed a treasure on this side of Calhoun, which is what I'm going back for. Because, like, one thing that is kind of annoying about this game is that the treasure chests all look the same, so you never know if the treasure chest is going to have, like, you know, an HP capsule in it, which is, you know, a potion, or it's going to have one of the absolutely priceless memory ups that let you carry more Digimon in your party. The item that you can use to escape in Hacker's Memory, there's a high-level hacking command that lets you emulate the item, which saves a lot of time, because you don't have to go to the menu or anything, you just hit square and scroll to it. Yes, okay. This one you definitely want to take as soon as possible because she gives you some very useful farm items. Most importantly, giving you the Mega HP and Mega SP generator. Like, you can... Digimon will have, like, specialized stat lines in their other 4 stats, but every Digimon wants high HP and high SP, so having those items is just always good.
That makes sense.
So rather than going to Kowloon level 1 and having to run like a million screens away, it's actually quicker to go to Kowloon level 2 and then go backwards. Yeah, it's really weird. So there's actually, it's slightly more intelligent than that. The way that it works is attack is for physical attacks and defense is for physical defense, but intelligence handles both magic attacks and defense against magic attacks, right? But what the game doesn't tell you up front is that magic attacks actually get a 50% damage multiplier applied to them, so they do 50% more damage, which means that intelligence is actually point for point worse defensively against magic than physical defense is against physical attack. It's really weird. Oh, and penetrating attacks that are magical don't get that bonus.
Well, that was instantaneous.
That would pretty much happen even if I was using like the not DLC Digimon. Probably not as quickly because you don't get all targeting attacks that frequently, but it's like you expect to pretty much one-shot these guys. If I remember rightly, the last one is noticeably tougher, but I may be misremembering that. Either way, like, I don't think any other like quest in this tier is as hard as the Pokemon was. Wow, these guys are super dead. I got a full combo and this is going to do double damage to begin with. Yeah, since there isn't a size thing in this game, that doesn't really work. I need to go back and buy like 10 more of these.
Oh, geez. Hiroshi Ono died. The dude who did all the sprites on like every old school Namco Bandai game, like Galga, Dig
that
Dug.
sucks. So your sleuth rank goes up as you hit thresh points of obtained CSP, which is one of the reasons why the repeatable search quests. Oh, that's
Right,
you.
that makes sense.
Okay. I was like, what the fuck is that noise? No, what's it out? So the repeatable search quests basically let you farm for that, which is a big deal. Because lots of things like the store in Mirai's lab changes depending on what rank you're at. And at the end of the game, with the highest rank, you can start buying things that let you like directly raise stats or do other like insane stuff. It's very, very useful.
Oh, she's cute.
Oh yeah, lots of the incidental NPCs are pretty cute. This one, it's like, this entire sequence hinges on this particular set of words, and there's just zero way that they could ever translate this into English. So they end up doing the Xenogears thing, where they wrote it and then wrote it again in brackets. Okay, that staticky noise is coming from you, I think.
I think that is, though I can't really do anything about it because I'm pretty sure it's from the nightmarish audio situation I have to do to get my webcam, my capture card, my headphones, and my microphone all working.
Okay, fair enough. It only just started, so I was like, what is that? Guess we took him. Ah, wait, what do you sell?
But if it only just started, I'm not actually sure what it could be. Unless it's that something has shifted on my desk.
Yeah, I don't know, it's...
Because, like... Did that do anything about it?
Well, I can't hear it, so that's a good sign. Well, I talked to those two people. Who else do I need to talk to? No, maybe I should go back and talk to the other guy. Ah, right. Counter level 2. That's not the right way. I keep forgetting you cannot cross this road, like, under any circumstances except at the scramble. So, if you forget and like, oh, I'll just run right first, then you have to go all the way back. Ah, right. High security. There we go.
You know what I realized also has that Crusadermon silhouette slash whichever Nightmon. Lord Nightmon, there we go.
Lord Nightmon. What else?
Fucking Chaos Capra from Z.
Oh yeah, it really does.
Like, that's even closer. Which again is, and this may come as a surprise because of how much I hate most Z designs. That's also a design I like.
I don't know, I thought most of the original Z designs were really good, actually. Weirdly, the one that I don't like is the Bergola, which is, like, since it's entirely a reference to Nanoha, you'd think I'd be all over it.
I predictably don't like Gunlian.
I wouldn't, but it's kind of treated in a goofy way, and it's, like, switched on mode is really cool, so...
I think the thing that turned me off of Gunlian instantly is its fucking hair. Like, it's a helmet,
You know, like
but
the
it's
Gal
also
Gaga hair?
such a fucking mullet. It's such a fucking mullet, and I can't deal with it.
It's definitely meant to be, like, Gal Gaga inspired, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the... half of the, like, previous major characters, but like not protagonists, just being a summon for the battleship in 3.2 was incredibly trash.
Yeah.
I think they got in a lot of shit for that.
The sheer number of summon attacks in 3.2 is garbage.
Some of them I didn't mind so much, like Shin summoning Luna and Ray is pretty good, especially since you had such limited deployment slots, and there were a lot of units in 3.2, but
oh yeah,
when your whole draw in 3.2 is that you're doing like a crossover with every previous game, and then you put a bunch of fan favorite characters as a summon attack on a battleship, it's like, it's not good. Like, as someone who played Z2 something like 4 times before Z3 came out, I was especially mad that Esther was reduced to a summon, because you get really attached to her across Z2.
Oh yeah. Further making me
Especially in
look like a
2.2.
nonsense person, I briefly played Esther at the previous Super Robot Wars push. Probably not surprising. That's my
It
type
does
at that
kind of
time.
surprise me, given that you know nothing about Z2's plot.
I mean, I know
Doesn't she
the
show up in the
Esther-centric
Summon Attack?
parts.
I thought the Blaster ES shows up in the Summon Attack. Well, I mean, it's been a while since I played 3.2, and most of my recollection of it is like Hibiki's final upgrade, which is insanely cool.
But Z2's plot at the time, and it was all
Yeah,
atrophied because it's been a decade.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see.
Now, of course, if I was looking at a fucking Z2 character, it would be Shanny, the best character.
Who?
Fucking... like, president of Luminesia, fucking seemingly dies, then is not actually
Oh,
dead.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Marilyn, we know you're still using her as an avatar on Roll20 half the time.
Yeah, that's absolutely believable. I feel like my archetype is just reliably at this point underwritten female character. Except for then Gridman took what is usually underwritten female character and just made that the main character.
Yeah, Gridman was like really good about that.
Gridman with its target audience of me.
Pretty much. Oh yeah, so here's the thing. So Digimon currently have so many bonus stats. They start out with 50 free stats, and then for every 2 points in their ability, which caps at 200, they can have one more bonus stat. And so you get these restraint chips, which reduce their bonus stats in a given stat, but you can't buy them, and they're super rare. So it's like plan your Digimon well. Really, you two? There's a box of packing paper in my room for the cats to play in, and they're currently playing in it, which is what that weird rustling noise is.
I'm actually not hearing it that much. Like,
That's
I think
good.
I retroactively am aware of it now that you have pointed it out. But it's not like...
Oh, hey, we
It's
can
not
change uniform.
obtrusive.
This is new. Alright.
Did that increase the staticky noise at all?
No.
Okay, then I have no explanation for it, and I'm no longer even sure it is originating from me.
Okay.
It could just be me. It could just be my physical microphone rubbing against shit. Possibly, actually.
Possibly. It definitely sounds like static, not like not like noise pollution. So I have no idea. Didn't I just... there we go. Oh yeah, speaking of fucked up, this one pretty much is. I actually really like 3.2. It's just the side characters all being a summon attack thing that I hate.
Yeah, I would also hate that, because my thing is I use like one main character per game. That sounds like a joke, and it really fucking isn't.
It really isn't. This is why I said that I should be the one playing the game with you doing the collab, since I play the game something resembling normally.
I mean, that's the best part, though, that my stream will be fucking utterly unhinged, and will just be Gridman and a bunch of cute girls. In the end, that's what we want out of Super Robot Wars. Also, who isn't excited about having a just chatting stream with a tiny corner piece of me running Jadecker back and forth for 4,600 turns? Which I will do.
Oh, I know you will. That's why I was laughing.
Honestly, like the half gag, half completely legitimate thing of me talking about the pretendy robot game that will open in January, while
Got
Jadecker
pushed
just
back again?
quietly moves along. It's less pushed back and more that end of October was always really optimistic. And I think I said as much, that it was like, the optimistic take is end of October, the realistic take is January. Is opening in the middle of the holidays sucks balls. I've seen it done and it's never worked.
Yeah, that's probably really true.
Like, we are substantially done other than, like, quality of life shit in terms of code, but the quality of life shit is the important shit because, mushing as a setup is easy to get disengaged in if not all of the quality of life shit is there for basically every reason you have already pointed out.
Mm.
So I have to shout at our coder who codes boring things, as opposed to our coder who codes interesting things, who is done and is just doing recodes as we find out that shit is broken.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
broken
always
as
what
in
takes the
not...
longest.
Broken as in the math no longer works the way it did at that version and needs to be changed, or else it
Yeah.
will be not interesting or fun, rather than broken as in does not compile.
Yeah.
Because, like, if I didn't care about quality, I could... Contaisen is fucking done. Unfortunately, I care about quality, so Contaisen is not
Not to
fucking
mention,
done.
opening it as you go into the holidays is bad because realistically, like, you aren't going to get young people who have nothing to do in the holidays on a mud setup, so...
Oh, yeah, like, November 15th to January 1st is just a big fuck it. No one actually gets anything done in that period.
Yeah. I don't know, I don't got that. Wait, hold on.
Also, free
So,
Midori. The last time I thought about Z, my reflex was no, but
Just do it without the
I
sphere
think
plot.
I'm probably gonna move it to open to pitches, because I just flat don't have the knowledge, but I'm open to the possibility that things I have added and things I have subtracted since the last time I did that have made it easier. Because the
And you
last
could just
time I
do it
thought
without
about
the
it
sphere
was...
plot and you'd be done.
You're not wrong. Because since the time I went no, I added the Ultra series and removed Muvlove. And that kind of changes the calculus on how stupid Z is in a material way.
Yeah.
To be fair, before Ultraman Z aired, I probably would not have added Ultraman. So that's just outright benefit of the incredibly slow development cycle.
Yeah.
The theme is just better now. Because multiple things that aired in the last 2 years were all really good for it.
So, something
Z2's...
that I don't...
You first.
Let me talk about this game for
You
a little
first.
bit. So, something that the game does, there's this cam function, which is like your friendship with the Digimon. Higher cam means that they'll do combos in battle more easily, but also if you want the like canonical evolution of a Digimon, and especially any partner Digimon, then you need like a given amount of cam. And for DNA evolutions, you need both of them to have 100% cam, which is like the primary thing that blocks them off.
Yeah, I figure it was camaraderie, yeah. Also, the Z2 originals are probably a really easy sell, actually, because that shit's basically all already happening.
You can't do Pro, but you could do anyone else who isn't the king.
What fucks up about Crow?
He, all of his shit is based on the Libra sphere, so you can't really do that if you don't want to include the sphere plot, which I would recommend not doing.
I could fuck with spheres. I've already fucked with crossgates live in practice. Because, like,
it's not
once
like
you
impossible, but
I would kind of need to down crank how important they are, because Lord,
yeah, I mean that doesn't
like
really come up until. Well, the reason why they're so important in a cosmic sense doesn't really come up until Z3. Before that, the main thing is just that, like, they do shit, which makes them really important. So it's the derived power that makes them important, not the, like, cosmic use of them.
I mean, that's not completely indigestible.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if I was running it, then I would probably not want to include it, because then you need to get together people to run every single fucking sphere holder.
That is
And
true.
some of them are
like,
really stupid. Like, Flying Goat in a, RP setting is just the worst.
Yeah, I think fucking
That one's kind of a bit weird, because that's not what the lion one is meant to do.
I mean, I'm pretty open to remixing and doing wild shit with any amount of cosmological shit. Like, once...
Yeah, do clarify that after the argument we had the other night.
I mean, I've been in the process of doing that exact thing.
Yeah.
Like,
But-
I'll tell you right now, Gridman cannot end the way it ends in the show on the game and still have
yeah.
any of its cast except for me playable, and I'm not gonna huff my own farts to that extent. As much as I love to huff my own farts.
The thing that makes me, like, concerned about when we do spheres is that you need to rustle up 12 characters at minimum.
That's definitely true, yeah, you do need to actually look at all 12 spheres.
Not only that, but we never found out what some of them did.
Oh right, I forgot that they just didn't cover like half of them.
Yeah,
Which
and
made me
in
really
particular, there's also, like, that could be good or bad depending on what you do with it. You do find out, like, what the artificial ones that use them do to you, but their effects are, like, totally different from your effects.
Right.
Like, when, what's his name? The guy who has the Gemini sphere in, Z3.1, and, like, I think most of 3.2, the way, his sphere works, like, the sphere works when he has it, is totally different from how it works when you have it. Because if it worked that way when you had it, it would be insanely busted.
Right, that makes sense.
Because it does, hang on, let me check, because it's actually something really stupid. 3.2. No, it didn't like that. Mech abilities or pilot abilities? Yeah, what it does is at 140 morale, it does -3 will to all enemy units every turn, which is absurd.
ごめんね。いきなり呼び出。
Like, when you get
I
it,
keep
what it does
noticing
is
this.
it lets... Go on.
You first, you first.
実はね。
You first.
So what it
I
does
was
when
gonna
you have
say
it
something
is,
stupid.
when you get it, what it does is it lets, Hibiki's mech, use its powered up form for more than one turn, and then in the next game it lets him use its final form. Don't get that effect, because that would be completely ridiculous.
私ね。
つまり依頼人は君の友人か。
いや、
そういうわけにはいかない。白峰のきや君、プロへの頼み事となれば、それすなわち依頼に他ならない。私の助手への依頼は、つまるところ私への依頼。
こんな大ごとにする気はなかったんだけど。
Yeah, he ends up melting down in Z2.2 when he realizes that he's about to die, and just like the only thing that can come out of his mouth is gibberish, because like since he's scared, he can't express fear, because that would be genuine,
ほうデジモ
and he
ンが
cannot do that.
覚えてるでしょ。クーロンで私を助けてくれたデジモンのこと、アグモンとガブモンのこと、どうしてもあの子たちのこと気になっちゃって。でも
You can see why I brought up that one specifically as a reason to not include spheres.
デジモン
Yeah.
のご出身とはおさて彼女のご指名は本当うちの評判に
I mean, that's the kind of thing that only really causes a problem if the player is an ass, but really powerful shit attracts players who are asses, so like...
Yeah.
尋ねデジモンか
Mer-
ん私がいつもより楽しそうだってそうみだが事実を告げるならば愛着を抱くことに関して実に面白いじゃないか
3 hours ago, someone told me that they were making a tin of brownies, and now they had to do the hard part, which was waiting for them to cool down and not eating an entire tray of brownies. And now, 3 hours later, they have DM'd me. I feel unwell for mysterious and unknown reasons.
Security on. Guess this is one of those ones where you gotta run all the way to the elevator and then all the way to the next elevator. And then around calorie level 3, I think, like 4 times.
Boy.
Yeah, the game stops you from sequence breaking the, oh! Wait, hold on, do I not have... Oh, I need a 4th Digimon, whoops. This one checks number, not just rank.
Oh, that's annoying.
Nah, that's fine. You just need 4 or better, so there's no big deal. The way that the firewall cracking is set up is basically to stop you from going into areas that will kill you before you have a good enough team. So you need 4 more Digimon which are child or better, which are adult or better, which are perfect or better. So in this case, I've actually got enough Digimon to use Warcraft level 4, but see how there's an NPC standing in front of the firewall over there? If you go near, then they'll kick you out. So you can't just sequence break the game by grinding.
Okay. Now I have to reposition because if I don't, the cat will throw a tantrum.
Yeah, mine are like that a lot. I have one that won't always come and curl up on you, but is pretty much always happy to be patted. And then one that doesn't want to be patted or get any affection until they want it, and then they really want it, and will not leave you alone.
Yeah, she just wants to be on my tits. That's her primary activity. And this has only increased as my tits have gotten bigger. And more sensitive, which really mixed blessing.
Rip my chat widget. I really need to figure out what to do about that. Because, like, I was just using the default thing previously, and it would show up in, like, unreadable quality on the archive, but if I use one of these, then it's hard to let, like, large messages actually show up. Now, what the game intends for you to do is that you would check out every other area of this field, and this field is huge. And you'd get like one keyword and go back to him, and then get another keyword and go back to him. I'm just going to go and get every keyword and then use them all at once. Now, I think... No, in here, okay. This area also has like a really frustrating amount of one-way drops, so you often have to loop through the area 2 or 3 times. Fortunately, like, treasures and stuff in Kowloon don't refresh ever, so once you've gone through it once, you don't need to go through it again, apart from just running straight to your objective. These guys are almost at the point... Go on.
You first.
I was going to say, these guys are almost at the point where I'm going to rotate them out for the things that are in the farm, because they're starting to drop off.
Yeah, I can kind of notice that. I forgot to make an important trip report to you from the 30 demo that someone reminded me of.
Mm-hmm.
Battleship has a base movement of 4.
Yeah, I can see that.
They have really fucked us on party bus strats.
I don't think that's such a bad thing, because like we had 3 games in a row where you just had really overpowered battleships, so... And we know that later on we're probably going to get... no, wait, hold on, we saw it in a trailer, didn't we? We saw Shin Dragon, which will be an offensive battleship, so...
The battleship not only upgrades as a battleship, but also gets more and better shit from the MXP system. So,
oh,
like,
right, they showed that in the second preview. Yeah.
Like, that also has strategic view effects, like... Did you play XCOM 2?
Yeah. I stream XCOM 2, like, relatively frequently as, like, a chill-out game.
The extent to which the Dreitstregger is the ship from XCOM 2 is large.
That's pretty cool, actually. I did get that impression
Like-
from the preview, but I didn't want to talk about it too much when I was doing my breakdown, because like I hadn't read the preview and I knew that, because like I did that on the first one and then like 2 days later one in English came out and just invalidated the whole thing. So this time I was just focused on getting in a first look. But I did think that that was the case, and I'm pretty excited for that.
Yeah, like some of the things that you can build in there are about make the strategic view better, super menu wars strong, and then some of them are
That's
just
pretty cool.
the ship is good now. The ship has more move. The ship has more sight. The ship has repair now.
Yeah, that's definitely really good.
Being docked with the ship no longer eats your morale. That's a favorite.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Like, if you want to build for Party Bus, I'm pretty sure you can do it.
I mean, that's the main reason why I don't normally do that, is because I hate the morale hit due to a bad memory from OG1 GBA, where I didn't know that was the case, and Zanger beat me up on the last stage of Kyosuke Route before the routes join, and so I had to move everyone back into the ship for like repairs and stuff, and then when I put them back out, they had like 70 morale, and I just died. There's nothing I could do about it.
Yeah.
Did I see something on this drop-off?
Actually, not be surprised with how the game is working if the other battleships were treated basically like sortable units and not like battleships, other than being able to, you know, dock shit.
Yeah, I think that's fairly likely based on how the 3.2 did it, where after a certain point, the original battleship was a forced deploy, and then you picked like 1 or 2 other battleships. I think that's fairly likely. But I mean, even if it's
V
not,
was similar.
like, yeah, since you had the Yamato, and like for a while, it's actually the only good unit you have. Oh, that's right. You gotta go around the left side.
God, fucking V. I love how it's like, yeah, Okita's aced before you get to the meaningful part of the game. Just fuck it. He's the only good unit.
Because it's the
Here's
only
50
unit you
kills.
have. Yeah.
I think my first run, he ended up with like 250 kills by game end. To the point where it was a
Yeah, it's pretty
problem
absurd.
getting true ending that the Yamato existed and could not be stopped.
Yeah. I actually I like that a lot better than I did the Nadia, because it just kind of shows up like a third of the way through the game, whereas the Yamato is kind of like a starting unit in V. So it being really good didn't really hurt.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm kind of over the murder ship as a
Yeah, I think we've pretty much had our fun with that one. Which is probably why they've gone to doing...
Dry Striker will be murder ship capable if you max it out.
Yeah, but I mean, that's something that you invest into. It doesn't start that way, which is a totally different, like, neuron activation thing. So now that I have all the keywords, I'm just going to run back and tell him all of these things. The whole point of that was to get him to move, by the way. He was doing the, like, grumpy old man from the start of Pokemon Red thing. I say grumpy, I mean hungover. You're right.
みんな行くよ。
Reminded that Turkomon does indeed have teeth. And in fact is mostly teeth.
Yeah, that's mostly teeth. Teeth, 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 teeth.
Turkomon is like the perfect crystallization of a Digimon design to me. It's like, oh, look at this cute little thing, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I dig it.
I may as well drop off immediately. So as Tri taught us, Patamon does in fact have fangs. Really big fangs.
Yep. That one I had not forgotten. Or had been otherwise exposed to, either way.
I should actually be running from those since I don't even scan them at this point. Like, you can't go beyond 200% scan. Like, if you do that, it doesn't start generating another Sunomon. It just stops. So if I get a pure Sunomon encounter, I should just run from it, because it's not going to give good XP either.
みんな行くよ。やったね。完全勝利。
Yeah, he leaves two massive holes in TK's arm in the second set of... Third set of films. Third? Third. Yeah, go this way. I haven't watched Try outside of the abridged in a really long time.
そういえばさ、私安心あれってどういう意味だったのかな。ちょっと君、どんな匂いかで、どんなそっかあっちまだ
やめ
今の声聞いたあの声は
You know, I just noticed this track has like the xylophone line that is in like 30% of all Danganronpa music just running through the back of it.
あんたに何ができるんすか。切れたら何すっかわかんねえっすよ。
口では偉そうなこと言って実はかなり俺好みのお姉さんよ。
勘違いしないでよね。私も文句あるけど、実は私以上にこっちが文句あるんだから。そうでしょ。なになに、あんな雑魚よくぞ言った。
モキヤ、かっこ悪いかも。なんすかそれ。つーか。あんた喧嘩売ってんのか。
Yeah, the chibi animations are actually really good on those.
ユウたち、ノンロック。
この声は
ジミケンさん。
ジミケンってあのジミケン？
Yes! I am Jimmy Ken! Yes!
What?
おいおいおいおいおいおいおいお前ら。
All right.
すみません、ジミケンさん。わお、言い訳。今のユウたちを例えるならリバースシング、酔いどれ天使たちの忘れ物。伝わる？伝わったっす。ならよ。
Oh wow, I super froze at some point.
Oh, okay. Wow, you did.
てか、ジミケンがなんで？
愚問ですよね、それ。つまり、これがスーパースターであるふ。
は？
表はスーパースター
We're
で
good.
ありな。
We're good.
There we go.
ロックですよね。てか、あんたらさ、超ウケるんだ。嘘でしょ？冗談でしょ？ペットは大事な家族なんです。愛で地球を救っちゃいたい。伝わる？
もうやめて。っていうか、こんなのにバイト代持ってかれてたとか。やば、死にたくなってきたんですけど。
はあ？売られた喧嘩は買わないと。マジロックすぎるっす、ジミケンさん。
I might actually get beaten up here.
モキヤ、ものすごい。
ごめん。アグモン、カブモン、このドリクラ攻撃にこれ以上耐えられそうにないの。
Yeah, you left like 2 minutes ago and now you're back. What's the deal? What do you want? Okay, Catelyn.
Oh,
but
wow.
The answer is not.
So the animation for this Chibi Omegamon's Guru Cannon is lifted directly from a bit of choreography from Diablo Strikes Back, which is a movie that didn't come out outside of Japan. Sort of.
Oh, that's
I think
cool.
it aired really briefly in America. Also, the names on Alphamon's attacks appear to be backwards. So Jimmykin is actually pretty rough. He has like a unique skill where he can set buffs on his guys, and his Digimon tend to be pretty well trained. I'd actually forgotten that there was a fight against him this early, which is why I was like, oh, I might get beaten up.
Cat, you cannot hit me in the neck. That's not okay. So, right, Digimon and not attempted murder. Cool. I think I've seen the O2 movie. Though that would be so fucking far long ago now.
Yeah, one of them, is in, what was released as Digimon the movie, which contained both of the Adventure 01 movies and the first O2 movie. And then there was a second O2 movie, which is, Diablo Strikes Back, which is set after the series. And then both Tamers movies are shit. Actually, the second Tamers movie is pretty good. Hang on, aren't there actually 3 Tamers movies? I feel like there are 3 Tamers movies, because there's the beach one in Okinawa or whatever, there's Runaway Locomon, and I'm sure there's another one that goes in between.
これ以上勝手な真似はさせない。はい。パワハラスか。誇り高きザクソンの規律を乱す者は。規律？ま、主に俺様が率先してなくしちゃったわけ。アンさん。わざわざ側近のフェイさんまでおいでいただいて。もう一度だけ言う。It's a rock and joke ですってば。そんなことしたらリアルに殺されちゃうし全部冗談。そんじゃ僕そろそろ帰ります。バイバイ。
ところで、はい。どこのチームのもんか分かれしまへんけど。はあ？おっと、そこなデジモンはバッジがもらい受けません？
Yeah. Oh, okay, that has Mephisto on it as well. I somehow completely blocked that out of my head. I think I might have watched that one with no subtitles. Also, KT, you are frozen as fuck for a second there.
It happens. It's probably because the cat keeps running across my face and then jumping down and repeating, which completely breaks the the VC face line of sight.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot I can do about that except instead get repeatedly beaten up by the cat. And like I would kill your whole family instead of not do what the cat says.
Yeah, pretty much.
俺たちももう一度会いたい。そしたらあの怖い人たちに危ないところだったよ。
ねえ、あのさ、君たちデジモンって確かハッカーが作り
人間に
Yeah, do you wanna post her actual name in chat? Because I can't remember it. Because it's like absurdly long.
いたいた。人間が僕たちを作ったって。
違 うの？ノキア、やめてよ。僕たちちゃんと生きてるよ。
あのね、ノキア、俺たちは人間の世界とは違う世界から来たんだよ。
違う世界？
デジタルワールドっていう世界だよ。
デジタルワールド？僕たちデジモンが住むデジタルワールドと何かが起きて、二つの世界が時々つながってしまうみたいなんだ。
だからたくさんのデジモンがこっちの世界に迷い込んじゃっているんだ。さっきの怖い人たちはそういうデジモンを捕まえて無理やり命令したりして
僕たちはデジタル空間でも人間の世界のデジタル空間はそういう意味では
どう？わかっ
嘘。とりあえずアグモンたちは、いや、
この世界で
やるべき。
それは
あれ？
どうしても
とても大切なことだ。
俺たちは
アグモン、大丈夫っていうか私が手伝
う。ノキア。
That's definitely a name.
Right?
そうだな。有機的なものに向かって走る。まずは、ノキア。
俺も頑張る。
アグモン、ガブモン。
と本来ならば直ちに
I wish I were anywhere near this no thoughts head empty.
I know, right? But like, it's not just Nokia, it's the main character as well.
聞こえてたよ。ありがとう。なんだか大変そう。
I mean, that's the best part. I just want you to know I'm staying perfectly still and my avatar is doing all this shit. Oh sure, now it stops.
Yeah, of course. Anything demonstrated for repairman will work flawlessly. Oh, I can buy a thingy. Actually, I got some gems I can sell off too. And we got a farm expansion, which is a big deal. So the farm starts out at rank 1, which is pretty crap, and you can only put one item on it. But throughout the game, you get farm expansion plugins, which let you expand the farm, so you can put more stuff on them. Later on, you start getting farm development kits, so you can make entirely new islands, so you can specialize islands, like I often do. Since I think you end up with 5 islands, so what I do is I have like one general training one, and then 2 specialized training ones, and then one that's dedicated to doing the development task, and one that's dedicated to doing the search task. So, if you actually invest in it, the whole thing can become quite profitable. Wait, hold on, evolve things first. Yeah, you had durable and you ended up defensive, so... it's a shame. This is Platinum Numamon, which sounds ridiculous, but its special skill is actually absurdly good. Okay, Gardramon or Starmon?
I have no strong opinion, actually. Yeah, love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
I thought that might be the case. Now, what are you gonna attack? and none of my stuff does that. Digimon is attack focusing, style do. Oh, sick! Okay, Ryunamon isn't in the base game, and it's actually one of my favorite Digimon, so I'm pretty pleased to see that.
Oh, good.
Okay, so let's move you...
I like the samurai armor bits. They look good and cool.
Oh yeah, they're meant to, I think it's you that has the... Yeah, okay, so I'll keep you. You can go to the bank. You can go to the bank. You can go in the bank. What's cool about it is its whole line is based on, shogi pieces, so it starts out as a pawn and then it promotes upwards, which is a really cool aesthetic, I think. Honey, you're a champion, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So with the farm, the guide that I showed you earlier demonstrates it, but the leader on the farm also determines, steals some of the bonus stats that Digimon would get and puts it into their bonus stat instead. So if you rotate the leader, then you end up with more balanced Digimon, but if you want like, oh, you know, this Digimon is going to get like a lot of speed because they're a speedy type, but I also want them to get attack, then you can put them in the farm and set a Digimon with fighter personality as the leader, and then they'll get mostly speed, but also some attack. I mean, there's a dungeon at the end of this, and I think that's also probably like a good place to stop once it's done, because it is kind of like the first real oh shit moment in the game, and also we've been going for 4 hours already.
Yeah. Also, God, there are certain positions I can sit in that make my avatar do extremely hypno-face.
Yeah, I know when you were frozen earlier, that was actually the case.
おいおいオタクだよなさけどさ
こらてめえらそっから一歩でも近づいてみろ
ちなんかやかましいのが出てきちまったな
現場保存は捜査の鉄則だこらそいつを乱す輩はこの伊達真紀子様が容赦しねえ
厄介なことになる前に
ほらそこあお前ど
やっべおい走るぞどうやら逃げ道は ここしかねえみたいだな。ま、物は試しってやつさ。
Actually, this particular piece of music is really good. Unfortunately, it only plays in digital dungeons, and you will come to hate spending time in them by the end of the game.
どうなってんだ。まるで二つの世界。
Hey, it's mementos.
俺
Pretty
の
much.
頭がとなるとま、何かが出てから考えようぜ。
ほら、かかっておいで。
So, concern, since you shouldn't really be getting random encounters in the real world.
I should have screenshotted that one, damn.
Unfortunately, I wasn't looking. Okay, so check this out. This is how Duffmon looks, and it's level 12 and a mega, and then you look at Gadramon and its stats are like twice as good because it's been being raised in the farm. So like the NX Digimon have just completely dropped off.
Oh wow, yeah.
仕方ねえか。
I'm still using Doofmon because his special skill gives you more money from encounters, so just having him around at all is a good thing.
And the other two now feel like they can kind of carry because they're so low level and yet
Better.
rip and sweet.
事務所に状況を報つがな。ん？勤め先の探偵事務所？変 V？じゃなくて電脳探偵？マジかよ。やっぱオタク。いや、褒めてねえし。ま、とりあえず通信は諦めるんだな。デジタルウェーブの状態が不安定なんだろうよ。まさかデジタルウェーブの説明後で検索しろ。んなことよりさっきの電脳探偵の話、いや誤解すんなよ。別に面白そうだとか純粋な知的好奇心だ。だって変だろ。やっぱ気になる。さあ聞かせてもらうぜ。今までどんな事件を解決した洗いざらい。なんだ。何？ 空論でもいや、それに頭の中を探られたようなすげえ気持ち悪い。あれは一体だよな。まあそいつも進みはわかるかもし。
ほら、かかっておいで。
I'm actually, even though it doesn't look like I'm like over leveled per se, I'm actually slightly ahead of the curve because having the Chibi and X Digimon meant that I could just start everything else off in the farm. So now that I've rotated, they're like much stronger than they really should be.
Right, that makes sense.
誰だ、こそこそしてねえでこっち来い。
おや、気づかれてしまいましたね。いやいや、おっと、そう身構えないでください。私はスウェードを明美と申します。この奇妙な現象をも一人でいくら解明できそうな線。まったくなんで俺たちをいや、私より先に人間がいるとは思わなかったもので不快な思いをさせてしまいました。いや、ま別にいいけど、でも謝罪する気があるなら。いや、くれぐれも他言は無用ということで。ああ、わかってる。
This guy seems trustworthy.
それではお話しいたしましょう。ただ、これからするお話はあくまでも
That's definitely a face I can trust, and an outfit I can trust.
機能的推論。決してそれではまず
Also an outfit I would probably wear, but...
That's an unforced self-harm.
デジタル情報を運ぶエネルギーの流れ。素晴らしい。つまりここは現実世界で極めて簡潔かつ端的。そのためここではあらゆるものが飛躍しすぎじゃん。否定はしません。
Listen, I know I have horrible taste.
ニコラ・テスラにたったな。これについてはそれはともかくこの内部構造の異常な造形や不条、それらが現実と融合し、一つ君たちにも質問させてください。君たちはイーターと遭遇したことがある。食らうもの。ひょっとしてあの白黒のオウムガイみたいな気味悪いプログラム。まさしく。いや、イーターと遭遇して無事とは。というのもイーターに捕食されるとあらゆるデータはバグ化すると構造もアルゴリズムも無秩序なデータになってしまう。しかも一度バグ化されたデータはもういや恐ろしい。食われたが最後ってと考えられていますがね。はあらゆるデータは復元する方法が必ず存在する。形而上的な意味ではなく、ならばゆえに私はイーターそのものの研究を進めている。おっさん、確認すっけど。いや、もちろん。やっぱ知ってたんだな。まあ、サービスはあくまでもビジネス目的ですし。まったくこの際だ。しかし君たち見たところ、それにだったらズバリこの現象内部に作っているであろう。先ほど妙な映像。あれらはイーターの存在を示す。イーターの存在がデジタルウェーブに影響し、私はこうも考えています。であればと、この推論を裏。あんたあれの研究してるんだったら、なんか潜んでる位置のわかるレンズ付きの時計とか。妙に具体的ですね。いや、現在のところイーターへのあのプログラムにはバグ化への耐性があります。あれを排除しろってんなら。いや、素晴らしい。そんじゃな。でとっととまともな世界へ戻。 いや、私はここで待機しています。まともな世界ですか。それは一体どこにあるのでしょうかね。後悔するぜ。このまま突っ走れ。
I think I'm probably gonna uh, not let him get much of a chance, but Arata is a really good partner because all of his Digimon have a special skill where their physical attack just has a flat chance of killing the target. So, yeah, it's like 5%, but it's there, so every time he does a regular attack, he can have it.
Yeah, I mean, Death Blow 1 is Death Blow 1 in any game that has Death Blow 1 as a mechanic.
Pretty much.
It's very difficult for that to be bad.
I don't think the game tells you this at any point, but I guess Digimon actually have infinite HP and SP, so then having them is never a bad thing. Which is nice, because in a lot of games, you get guest characters and they make things worse.
Yeah. I usually just resent their presence.
In this case, not only are they just there's no downside to them being there, but they can also join in on combo attacks, so you basically get an extra attempt at a combo for each ally that you have. So there's a very few fights with Nokia where she has both Agumon and Gabumon with her, and so you basically get 2 extra people to combo with. It's kind of dumb, which is probably why they don't let you do it after about halfway through the game. Back this way. Yeah, okay, so at this point, my champions have reached a point where they're at about the same level as Doofmon, and their stats are all double to triple his. Which just goes to show how important using the farm is. I'm pretty sure Midori never actually finished this game, which may not be surprising to learn after seeing that.
まあ気のせいだ。
Oh, it shows up here. Duh. Okay. The ends of these dungeons have a really cool, like, set piece. So I was hoping to fight the Eater there, but we're doing it here, apparently.
けど大連大丈夫、俺に任せな。
So, the thing about Eaters, is Eaters have, like, absurdly high defense, but have very low HP. So they're almost literally metal slimes.
They also look sick.
Oh yeah, the Eater designs are all amazing.
Speaking of things that make me want to play the Devil Survivor games again. Looping all the way back to the first hour of the stream.
Oh dear, I am not gonna kill it before it gets another turn. Okay, that's like the biggest hint to me that the farm worked a little too well. Normally, the reason that you're like, and the reason why just there I was like, oh crap, it's gonna get a turn, is because if it actually gets to cast a road terminal, like you might just die because it does an absurd amount of damage. But my guys are a bit too tough for that. I also like how, because the Eaters, because they're not like Digimon programs or whatever, they don't drop any money.
イーターに白い少年の幽霊、そんで極めつけが電脳探偵。いやー、現実なんてもんは俺ちょっと探ってみるわ。あのおっさんもなんか面白そう。そういやイーターとかよりめんどくさそう。俺とっとと逃げるわ。オタクも捕食されんなよ。またな。
逮捕だこ
I swear, VC face, I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here.
なるほど。と同時に通常の調査では得難い情報を目の当たりにして入手することが、そういう月も探偵家業には必要なのだよ。さて今回の事件、仮に新宿迷い事件として。
Your lip flap is really all over the place. As are your expressions. Like, I would almost...
Yeah, that one I'm still trying to work out the sensitivity on that. Why are you responding to... No, it should only be responding to this microphone, which is correct. So I have no idea why it's doing that.
迷いがとは民族学などでいうところの異界だ。
But it appears to be responding to the game audio, which it shouldn't be doing.
常世、霊界、妖怪の住まう領域。つまり 今回新宿に出現した空間はまさにそれだ。ちなみに引用元は柳田国夫博士が。ここで重要なのは伝承にも残されているように、迷いがのような現象はたびたび発
No,
生
it's
している。
definitely following the game audio, even though it shouldn't be, so I have no idea why.
デジタルワールド。
Oh, maybe it's because I turned the stereo mix back on.
そうか、デジモンは人間が生み出した。無論私は信じるよ。いや、ひとまずデジタルワールドのことは置いておく。新宿迷いが事件に話を。実は君が助手になる少し前から君を見つけたのもいずれもデジタルウェーブ以上に端を発していると。現在新宿のみならず都内全体の主要都市で我々の生活に支障をきたすレベルではない。問題は不安定化している状態ではない。自然現象か、あるいは人為的な干渉。実に興味深い事件だ。ところで君と連絡が取れなかった時間を有意義に活用してね、新しいブレンドを発明してみたのさ。君がご苦労様。つまりはご褒美だ。君は信じられるかい？コーヒーとヨーグルトと海苔の佃煮が奏でるハーモニーの奇跡を。
Okay, shall we call it quits there, since that's the end of a chapter?
Yeah, I think that's a good place to stop. That's a good intro to Cyber Sleuth.
The 4 hours and 20 minutes. And you told me a lot about what I need to fix up by the time we get around to doing 30. Which was kind of the main thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it from us. Thanks for, collabing with the stream, because it was really a spur of the moment thing, and the time kept changing and all kinds of shit.
It happens.
Okay, so we will see you guys, if not sooner, then on the 28th when Super Robot 30 comes out.
Yep. I will probably not be here for every 30 stream on this channel. I will probably be a guest appearance because I will also be streaming 30.
Yeah. But
I will be here for some of that.
Yeah, it'll be nice to get an other opinion, especially since you know a lot more about some of these series than I do.
Yeah, I am ass deep in Gridman and Gun X Sword.
Okay, so we'll see you guys later. Do like the video if you did, and yeah, see ya.
Yep. Have a good one.